The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Merciful God, you came near when we called you. In these recent days of dispute, disagreement, and deliberation, when we called to you, you spoke. In our distress, you upheld us, declaring to our hearts, do not fear. Thank you for your abiding presence and the assurance of your protections in the midst of our turmoil. Just God, last week you heard our troubles and took up our case, rightly dividing requirement from embellishment, clarifying necessity from excess, and guiding a way through competing concerns. You redeemed our concerted attempts to uphold the stewardship of our country's resources and the trusteeship of our government's responsibilities. Sovereign God, set the course this week that these members can navigate the way ahead with your leadership. Shed your light on the path that both their debate and their decisions would reflect your wisdom, your compassion, and your forbearance. We call on your name, O Lord, from the depths of all that we have endured and with the whole of our very being. Do not close your ears to our cry for your direction. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the Journal of Last Days Proceedings and announces the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the questions are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I look for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a friend, a hero, and a great American. Jason Rooney passed on June 11th of this year, just shy of his 51st birthday. He's survived by his parents, Dudley and Kathleen, his daughter, Skylar, and his 3 brothers, Christopher, Michael, and Brian. Growing up, Jason always wanted to put others first. He had a heart for serving others that ultimately led him to serve in the Los Angeles County Deputy Office for over 15 years. He took great pride in being a deputy, and he performed all of his positions with honor and with distinction. But his true purpose in life came on January 31st, 2008, when he welcomed his daughter, Skylar Marie, into the world. Skylar is a beautiful and intelligent young lady, and Jay's world revolved around her. Jason Dudley Rooney was a great brother, great son, and a great father. He will be missed by his family, friends, and the good people of Los Angeles County whom he served so well. May God bless Jay Rooney, who is now by his side, and may God bless all of our peacekeepers. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tragically, beloved South Carolinian Stanley L. Myers was passed away on last Wednesday. As a founding partner of what is now Moore, Bradley, and Myers, I especially appreciate his service and his remarkable life. We will always appreciate and express sympathy to his family and his senior law partner, Jake Moore, who correctly recognized him as a son. His obituary, Moore Bradley Myers, partner Stanley Myers died at age 47. MBM Managing Partner Christian Spradley asked that the community members turn their attention to praying for Stanley's wife, Tasha, and their 2 young children. As a Citadel alumnus and 4-year starting quarterback for the Bulldogs, Meyer was elected to the Citadel Board of Trustees. He also served on the Lexington Medical Center Board of Directors and founded the Swansea Mentoring Program. Every Christmas, Stanley proudly boasted the town of Swansea's Bike Bonanza. Myers opened Countryside Barbecue Restaurant in Swansea in 2022. His service and spirit of giving back to the community was unparalleled. As an attorney, Myers was elected as a 2023 Leadership and Law honoree by the South Carolina Lawyers Weekly. Myers deployed as a captain with the 218th Infantry Brigade to Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He was the lieutenant colonel who served as the staff judge advocate for the 59th Truth Command at McIntyre Joint National Base. Stanley Myers passed away unexpectedly on September 27, 2023. God bless his memory. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, securing our border should be a bipartisan goal. Indeed, House Republicans are dedicated to that. We had most of the elements of H.R. 2 was in a bill just last week that we just fell short on mustering, unfortunately. We did pass H.R. 2 separately earlier on to achieve that goal on the border. It's a comprehensive security package that would end the invasion at the southern border, halt the abuse of the asylum process, and strengthen border security. Unfortunately, Senate Leader Schumer won't even bring it up for a vote over in the Senate. Why not? His own New York governor, Democrat Kathy Hochul, called on Congress this weekend demanding a limit on who can come across and more agents to catch illegal immigrants. While Schumer should be listening to her, at least, every single New York Democrat who voted for these right-to-shelter laws and soft-on-crime open border policies needs to realize that their policies have now had detrimental consequences. It's not extreme to want law and order or to track who is coming into our country. If New York City doesn't have the resources to deal with these waves of illegals coming onto their streets, neither do certainly do our small border towns in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. The Senate must take up H.R. 2, and the Biden administration must actually take action on our border. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on September 30th, 2023 at 9:10 p.m. that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 5860. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on September 30th, 2023 at 10:54 p.m. and said to contain a message from the President regarding the designation of funding as an emergency requirement in H.R. 5860, the Continuing Appropriations Act, 2024, and other Extensions Act. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, in accordance with Section 114C of Division A of the Continuing Appropriations Act, 2024, and other Extensions Act, H.R. 5860, the Act, I hereby designate as emergency requirements all funding, including the transfer and repurposing of funds, so designated by Congress in the Act pursuant to Section 251B2A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, as outlined in the enclosed list of accounts. The details of this action are set forth in the enclosed memorandum from the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, September 30th, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the Chair.
Was signed by the Speaker on Saturday, September 30th, 2023.
H.R. 5860, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year 2024 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under the Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 292.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 292, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 24355 Creekside Road in Santa Clarita, California, as the William L. Reynolds Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Santa Clarita, California, after William Bill Reynolds. Reynolds served in the Vietnam War and earned both the Purple Heart and Bronze Star. After serving, he moved with his wife, Meg, to the Santa Clarita Valley, where Reynolds dedicated his life to advocating for his fellow veterans. Reynolds passed away in 2021 after organizing the memorial wall at Veterans Plaza in Newhall and accompanying the U.S. President to Da Nang in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. I support naming a post office in Bill Reynolds' memory. I'm proud to honor his life of service to the American people and work to memorialize the memory of America's veterans. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 292 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 24355 Creekside Road in Santa Clarita, California, as the William L. Reynolds Post Office Building. William Reynolds, better known as Bill, was brought up in the San Fernando Valley. He was the son of a World War I veteran. Following high school graduation before his 20th birthday, he followed in his father's footsteps and enlisted in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. He served in the 9th Infantry Division and is recalled as one of few surviving service members of the Charlie Company's Boys of 67. For his heroic service, Mr. Reynolds earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. After receiving an honorable discharge, he moved to the Santa Clarita Valley in California with his wife, Meg. He spent the remaining years of his adult life as an influential supporter of veterans. In addition to his military accolades, he is remembered for single-handedly organizing a local effort to construct a memorial wall at the Veterans Plaza to honor Santa Clarita Valley veterans from World War I to the present day. He also traveled to Da Nang, Vietnam, with a veteran delegation led by a former president to honor the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. As a passionate advocate for Santa Clarita Valley's local veteran community, he became a high-profile historian as Director of Veterans Affairs for 2 Santa Clarita-based news journals, publishing more than 100 different biographies of local veterans in his community. On January 11, 2021, he passed away. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the distinguished life of Mr. Reynolds by naming a post office in Santa Clarita, California after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member Raskin for the support on this very special bill for a real, true American hero. I rise today in support of H.R. 292 to name the post office in Valencia, California, after a true American patriot, Mr. Bill Reynolds. This is a fitting tribute for someone who gave so much over the course of his life to this beautiful nation. While his military service and heroism in the jungles of Vietnam with the famous Charlie Company warrant this honor alone, it was his tireless commitment to recognizing his fellow brothers and sisters in arms that cemented him as a lion in the veterans community. A lifelong resident of Southern California, Bill was drafted for service shortly after graduating from high school and went on to join the Army's Charlie Company 9th Division, 4th Battalion, 47th Infantry Regiment. The Boys of 67 is what they were known as. Bill was a part of the only division to be raised, drafted, and trained for service in the Vietnam War. And despite being wounded in action in June of 1967, he continued fighting alongside his friends, defending his friends in the Mekong Delta, and was ultimately awarded the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his bravery. After his service, he embraced his proud identity of being a U.S. veteran and took every opportunity to advocate and support his brothers and sisters who served. He was one of the very first ambassadors for the Greatest Generation Foundation. He served as a member of the local American Legion post and was a member of the Santa Clarita Veterans Day Committee. During the last decade of his life, Bill cemented his legacy as the most passionate and high-profile veterans advocate in Santa Clarita Valley. He was single-handedly responsible for the installment of a memorial wall at the Veterans Plaza in Newhall, California, and he accompanied the president and fellow veterans to Da Nang to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. He also worked as the director of Veterans Affairs for the two largest news publications in Santa Clarita, and as director of Veterans Affairs for both Santa Clarita and KHTS Radio. Bill Reynolds served as the historian for local veterans, writing more than 100 profiles and courage of hometown heroes, something that they could share with their families and relive their legacies. Bill was also a devoted husband to his love of his life, Miss Meg, and was a loving father and grandfather to his children and grandchildren. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, our nation is simply better because of Bill Reynolds. He embodied the very values that America was founded on and continues to hold to this day: our country, grit, and service above all else. Patriots like Bill Reynolds make the United States the greatest country in history, and this is just a small tribute, naming a post office after him, but it's the least we can do. And the debt of Americans owed to Bill Reynolds can never fully be paid. I urge my colleagues to join me and pass this very special bill to honor a true American hero. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Oh. We have no further speakers, and we urge passage of 292. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the son of a veteran who served in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 292? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 996.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 996, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3901 MacArthur Boulevard in New Orleans, Louisiana, as the Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which names a New Orleans post office for Dr. Rudolph Joseph Lombard. Dr. Lombard was born and raised in New Orleans and grew up witnessing discrimination in New Orleans, which inspired him to become a leading activist. As a college student at Xavier University, he organized a sit-in 1960 at McCroy's Five and Dime store to protest Jim Crow laws. Dr. Lombard's activism led to the landmark Supreme Court case Lombard versus Louisiana, which overturned related charges and set a critical precedent for striking down segregation laws. Dr. Lombard was dedicated to justice and equality. However, he's a lesser-known leader in the civil rights movement due to his humility. Today, the U.S. House publicly recognizes his contributions. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of H.R. 996 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 3901 MacArthur Boulevard in New Orleans, Louisiana, as the Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office, and I will start by yielding 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague from New Orleans, Louisiana, Troy Carter.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I rise today to recognize a true American hero, a Louisiana legend, Dr. Rudy Lombard. My bill, H.R. 996, will designate the post office located at 3901 MacArthur Boulevard in New Orleans, Louisiana, in the heart of Algiers, where the Lombard and Carter families have grown up in multi-generations. As the Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office, this is a testament to the unforgettable legacy Dr. Lombard left on our city and our nation. Born in our hometown, Algiers, in 1939, Rudy Lombard was known for his determination to make a difference. As a young college student at Xavier University, Dr. Lombard was a pillar of strength during the height of segregation. His leadership was evident when he fearlessly commanded the Core Four in a sit-in at McCrory's Five and Dime, challenging the unjust shackles of Jim Crow laws. Their journey to the Supreme Court in 1963 in the landmark Lombard v. Louisiana case was not just a legal triumph, but a pivotal movement in the fight against segregation. Setting precedents that broke down discriminatory practices, Dr. Lombard's commitment to equality extended far beyond those early years. Decade after decade, he stood in the forefront addressing inequities in civil rights, championing economic and cultural empowerment, and tirelessly advocating for public health. His life was a testament to the power of one individual to spark change and to build coalitions to stand against injustices. Today, we're not just bestowing an honor on a distinguished individual, we're cementing a legacy, recognizing a man whose life exemplified leadership by example. Dr. Lombard was not only a standard bearer, he was a force for positive change, a catalyst for movements that brought people together. In leading this bipartisan initiative, I am honored to stand beside the entire Louisiana congressional delegation who recognize the importance of preserving Dr. Lombard's memory. I'd like to personally thank my colleagues for standing with me. I pray this serves as a reminder to future generations that the struggle for justice is in fact real, and the impact for one's personal commitment can resonate across the ages. Yes, one person can make a difference. Dr. Rudy Lombard certainly has done just that for generations and generations to come with his courage, his leadership, and his commitment. This honor today is a small token to recognize and pay homage to his great leadership. Thank you all for the time that you've spent in listening, and thank you that we may all strive to emulate the spirit of Dr. Rudy Lombard in our service to the American people. I urge your favorable passage, and I yield back.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the distinguished gentleman from New Orleans for his eloquent words about Dr. Lombard, and add only that he was not only a hero to the people of New Orleans and Louisiana, but also a nationally recognized civil rights advocate who was the vice president of CORE when he was a student at Xavier University, and was remembered for leading a 1960 sit-in at McCrory's Five and Dime store to peacefully protest Jim Crow in Louisiana with a group of people famously known as the Core Four. So the naming of this post office will be an opportunity, not just for the people of his city and state, but for the people of the United States to recognize him, and I'm happy to yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 996? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2379.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2379, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of Vietnam War Memorial Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2379, which honors Vietnam War veterans with the post office in St. Charles, Illinois. The Vietnam War was one of this country's longest and costliest conflicts. More than 3.4 million Americans were deployed to Southeast Asia, and sadly, more than 58,000 U.S. military officials perished while deployed. According to the National Archives, almost 3,000 of those casualties called the state of Illinois home. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring Americans who gave their lives in service to our nation and peace abroad. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong favor of H.R. 2379, designating the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office, and I am delighted to yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, for helping to move this bill through committee. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2379. My legislation would designate the USPS facility at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office in recognition of Vietnam veterans and their service to the people of the United States. This formal renaming is but a small step to recognize the enormous sacrifice made by the brave men and women who served our nation in Vietnam. I humbly offer this legislation to honor every one of those soldiers, sailors, Coast Guardsmen, airmen, and Marines whose service helped safeguard our nation. When visiting this post office, members of the community will be able to reflect on the nearly 3 million Americans and more than 200,000 Illinoisans who served our country during the Vietnam War and the debt we still owe them. It is my hope that the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office will serve as a beacon of recognition in the community, shining a light on all the sacrifices that these veterans made for all of us. And to all of them, we once again say, welcome home. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no speakers and am prepared to close.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Illinois for his remarks about the naming of this post office and strongly encourage all of our colleagues to endorse this significant legislation. And I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2379? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker,
the rules,
ask for the yeas and nays. Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been called. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3944.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3944, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 120 West Church Street in Mount Vernon, Georgia, as the Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Mount Vernon, Georgia, after Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun. Patrick Calhoun grew up in Mount Vernon, Georgia, earned a degree from the University of Georgia, and then enlisted in the U.S. Army. During his service in South Vietnam, his helicopter was tragically shot down on April 19, 1965. Second Lieutenant Calhoun was declared missing in action before being declared dead at the tragically young age of 24. He perished serving his country, and I support naming a post office in his memory. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun was born on March 19, 1941, and raised in Mount Vernon, Georgia. He graduated from the University of Georgia, enlisted in the U.S. Army in the middle of the Vietnam War, and while stationed in South Vietnam, Second Lieutenant Calhoun served heroically for his country as a Rotary Wing Aviation Unit commander. On April 19, 1965, his helicopter was shot down by enemy fire in the Pleiku province. He was later declared killed while missing in action at the tender age of 24. I encourage my colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Second Lieutenant Calhoun by naming a post office in Mount Vernon, Georgia after him, and I am happy to yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of an American patriot, Vietnam veteran, an amazing man who couldn't be more deserving of having his name displayed on the U.S. Post Office in Mount Vernon, Georgia. Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun, a native of Mount Vernon, Georgia, located in the 12th District of Georgia, my district, was born on March 19, 1941. After graduating from Montgomery County High School in 1959, Second Lieutenant Calhoun attended the University of Georgia, where he joined the ROTC and earned his pilot's license while finishing his junior year of college. That next year, Calhoun graduated and enrolled in his first year of law school at University of Georgia, where he met the love of his life, Jane Dunham, who he later married in 1963. That same year, Jane and Patrick's only child, Catherine Ruth Calhoun, was born on November 29th. Shortly after Catherine was born, Second Lieutenant Calhoun answered the call to serve and willingly put down his books and put on his uniform, joining the United States Army, where he was first stationed at Fort Benning, now known as Fort Moore, near Columbus, Georgia. Later, after completing flight training in Mineral Wells, Texas, Calhoun was deployed on his first assignment in Vietnam in 1964. As a born leader, Calhoun served as a Rotary Wing Aviation Unit commander in South Vietnam, where his helicopter was tragically shot down under hostile fire while dropping off troops in the spring of 1965. Calhoun was declared missing in action before being declared deceased at the young age of only 24 years old. Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his heroism and extraordinary achievements while engaged in aerial flight. Known for his contagious personality, Calhoun never met a stranger and always enjoyed cutting a rug, as we say down south. I am pleased to stand here today to ensure his name lives on for years to come in his hometown of Mount Vernon, Georgia. I urge all my colleagues to join me in honoring Second Lieutenant Calhoun, his entire family, and his sacrifice to the nation we call home by voting in favor of H.R. 3944. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Maryland has yielded.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
I strongly encourage support for this bipartisan bill. I ask all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3944? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4502 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4502, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to allow federal agencies to establish educational requirements for certain cybersecurity positions in the competitive service and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4502, the Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act. The federal government relies on cybersecurity professionals to protect personally identifiable information, defend against cyber threats, and build secure government technology. To ensure this work is done effectively, the federal government desperately needs to hire more cybersecurity experts. The United States, however, faces a labor shortage of cybersecurity professionals, amounting to nearly 700,000 job vacancies. Many cybersecurity experts have the right technical skills and experience, but federal hiring managers are not allowed to consider them because they lack a formal college degree. This bureaucracy creates unnecessary barriers to employing some of the best and brightest cybersecurity professionals. I urge my colleagues to support this simple and necessary bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
As ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4502, the Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act. I thank my distinguished colleagues, Representative Nancy Mace from South Carolina, who's the chair of the Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation Subcommittee, and Representative Katie Porter, who's the ranking member of the Healthcare and Financial Services Subcommittee, for their excellent bipartisan work on this bill, something that, yes, does still exist in the U.S. House of Representatives. This year, more than 750,000 cybersecurity jobs in the United States will be left unfilled. Each one is a missed opportunity for a talented person and also a missed opportunity for our country. These are well-paid positions with great job security. They're essential to the protection of our government, the prosperity of our businesses, and the security of our communities. And one big barrier to entry for many of these jobs is the requirement that applicants have a college degree, even if that degree has no bearing on the technical expertise required to satisfactorily meet the demands of the job or to successfully perform the work. Remember that Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college before he created Facebook. According to a 2017 study by Harvard Business School, more than 60% of employers turned down qualified applicants in the IT field because they didn't have a college degree. Many such applicants were turned down even when they sought to fill jobs vacated by individuals who also didn't have college degrees. This degree inflation excludes people from opportunity. In 2022, less than 40% of the population over the age of 24 had a bachelor's degree. As technological and cultural advancements continue to transform the nature of the workplace, businesses and public sector entities alike have begun to realize that college degrees are not always effective proxies for job qualifications and skills. Often highly capable candidates became that way precisely because they pursued their own path in life, a non-traditional route into the workforce. To remain competitive and to attract top talent, hiring authorities could no longer allow degree inflation to automatically disqualify more than half of our workforce. H.R. 4502 applies the same logic to the federal cybersecurity workforce, which performs the critical work of defending our federal networks and our federal data from attack. Recognizing that the government must be competitive to attract high-demand cybersecurity talent to public service, the bill eliminates the requirement that a BA degree is a prerequisite to federal hiring for cybersecurity. Eliminating unnecessary degree requirements isn't just good for business, it's good for workers, and especially minority workers who are too often excluded from opportunity. In 2022, less than 30% of the black population had a bachelor's degree. For the Hispanic population, that number is even lower at 21%. Addressing degree inflation and advancing legislation like this takes steps towards creating the more inclusive and fair society that the public wants. This bill contributes to a record of strong bipartisan cooperation to strengthen federal cybersecurity and its workforce. Democrats led passage of the CHIPS and Science Act last year with increased funding for federal cyber workforce programs, and the Office of the National Cyber Director recently published the Biden-Harris administration's National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy. The strategy includes a provision encouraging employers to take a more skills-based approach to hiring for these cyber positions. While Republicans in the House continue the crusade to shut down the government, let's hope they've thought better of it now. I do hope that Americans see that it's still possible for Congress to come together on common sense legislation like this to advance meaningful opportunity in a well-functioning government. I urge everyone to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the Chair of the Oversight Committee, Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, the lady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
The gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin today. We rise today to support our bill, H.R. 4502, the Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act. I say our bill because my colleague Katie Porter from California joined forces. I don't have a problem with anyone working and reaching across the aisle. No one wants to shut down the federal government. We're not in a crusade to do that. I just want Congress to follow the law. And there was a law created in 1974, the Budget Impact and Control Act, that requires Congress to have a budget and 12 separate spending bills. And both sides do it. Both sides are at a failure to the American people because we don't follow the law. We can't expect our fellow Americans to follow the law when we ourselves are unwilling to do the work. And Chuck Schumer has 70% of federal government spending in his inbox right now. No one wants to do that. And I don't oppose us working across the aisle for government spending or any of that. There's no crusade to shut down the federal government. I just want Congress to do its job and follow the law. On to the rest of it. This bill solves a simple problem. You can't deem one applicant more qualified for a federal cybersecurity job solely because he or she has a degree in underwater basket weaving. I remember the first time I learned to code, my first programming language. I was actually in college, but college didn't teach me to code. I taught myself to code. And there are a lot of kids and students and adults out there that are teaching themselves to code and finding great jobs. When I was a coder, my first job, I got paid $35,000 a year. Because of the demands of these jobs today, it's a much better era for programmers and engineers. I have a family member today, never stepped foot in college. He recently turned 22, he owns his own home, and he makes significantly more money than we do as members of Congress. And despite the shortage of over 700,000 cybersecurity professionals in the public and private sector, people who don't attend or finish college are often barred from consideration for jobs in the field when they shouldn't be. There are many, many brilliant programmers and computer whizzes out there. There are some that drop out of Harvard after a year or two. Bill Gaetz, there are many others that have gone on to have outstanding careers in IT and technology, cybersecurity, et cetera, and they don't have a college degree. While the cyber workforce is crucial to our national security, it is graying rapidly. According to a report issued last year, there are 5 times as many cybersecurity workers over the age of 55 as there are under 30. Only 1 in 16 federal cybersecurity workers is actually under the age of 30. This bill would prohibit mandatory degree requirements for federal cybersecurity jobs unless they are legally required to perform the duties of the position, which is rarely the case. Currently, even entry-level positions in the federal government require a 4-year degree. Federal cybersecurity professionals help secure the information of millions of Americans from cyber criminals and hackers sponsored by enemy nation states. Some of these young people literally have the skills to hack these critical systems, but they can't get their foot in the door for employment at the same agency. We're missing out on a tremendous amount of talent. Over the past few years, we've seen leaders from both parties at all levels of government rolling back degree requirements, resulting in greater economic opportunity for every American, no matter their zip code. Many large companies have done away with unnecessary degree requirements. If the government was run like a business, I think we'd be much better off. This bipartisan bill codifies, I hope no one's heads explode today, a Trump-era executive order maintained by the Biden administration. I can think of nothing more bipartisan than this. And again, lastly, I want to thank my colleague, Katie Porter from California, for her work on this valuable piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Porter.
Thank you very much.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin, for recognizing me. I rise today in support of legislation that I partnered on with Congresswoman Mace to modernize hiring guidance for federal cybersecurity jobs. She and I both agree that government employees should be the best in the business. Taxpayers deserve nothing less from the people that we employ. But how do we get the best of the best into our federal jobs? Just like in any market, it all comes down to one thing: fostering competition. For too long, overly restrictive federal hiring guidance has stifled competition and prevented federal agencies from being able to hire the best applicants for cybersecurity jobs if they don't meet all of the stringent educational requirements. If who gets hired for our federal jobs always comes down to just one credential, our government is going to miss out on some great employees. No part of the federal government should disqualify an individual from winning the competition for a federal job based on whether they have one type of educational credential. We're only going to figure out who's best to fill a role if we let all qualified candidates show us all their qualifications. The truth is, there's not one type of educational experience that's always going to make a cybersecurity professional the best of the best. I'm a former college professor, and I know that a lot of people will learn skills in their college degree programs that prepare them to be a federal cybersecurity professional. At the same time, I also know that college isn't affordable and accessible for everyone, and the reality is that many people gain the skills necessary to succeed at federal cybersecurity jobs through other life experiences. The door must be open to both types of qualified candidates, and the federal government should then be able to pick who is most prepared to do the job based on a holistic view of the candidates. The Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts, MACE Act, stops the federal government from ruling out people without a specific educational credential. Instead, it lets all qualified applicants compete and gives the federal government more choices. This is something we should be able to agree on regardless of party. This bill mirrors an executive order that was issued under President Trump and that President Biden has chosen to keep on the books today. It has worked under administrations of both parties, and now we need to make it permanent in our law. I urge my Democratic and Republican colleagues to support this bill. We can only have the best federal cybersecurity professionals when we've had the chance to consider all of the qualified candidates, and the MACE Act will give us this chance. I yield back to the ranking member.
I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from California for her introduction of this legislation with Congresswoman Mace and for her leadership here. And the gentlelady is absolutely right that there are people who may have gotten a college degree and a PhD in some other field, but are completely unprepared and unqualified to have a cybersecurity professional's job in the federal government. And there are those who never went to college at all who would be excellently prepared based on what their professional and life experience has been. So I thank you for moving in this direction, and I hope we can look at some other parts of federal hiring to make sure we're making equivalent adjustments so we are getting, as the gentlelady says, the best candidates. I am wondering, and I would yield to you for a second if you know the answer to this, is it just a happy coincidence that the acronym for this legislation is the MACE Act? Was that a pure coincidence? I don't know. Well, in any event, I'm happy to yield the remainder of my time, and I congratulate Ms. Mace and Ms. Porter on this excellent legislation.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Modernizing the Acquisition of Cybersecurity Experts Act will ensure that the federal government can hire any qualified cybersecurity professional as long as they have the right knowledge and skills, even if they do not have a fancy degree. I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense government transparency bill, the MACE Act, sponsored by Chairman Nancy Mace, that will make America smarter and more secure. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4502 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
I call for the yeas and nays.
The opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2379 and H.R. 4502, and on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2379, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2379, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 616 East Main Street in St. Charles, Illinois, as the Veterans of the Vietnam War Memorial Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 390, the nays are 0. 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4502 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4502, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to allow federal agencies to establish educational requirements for certain cybersecurity positions in the competitive service and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 394, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. House will be in order. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
Does the gentleman first yield back his 1-minute speech?
I do.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida now seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
The gentleman will state the form of his resolution.
Declaring the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives to be vacant. Resolved that the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives is hereby declared to be vacant.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Florida will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will now continue with 1-minute speech. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations outside. Is he ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend, and the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Mifflinburg Hose Company, number 1, for their 125 years of service. Over the weekend, the community gathered to celebrate this monumental anniversary. The fire company was established in 1898 with 40 members. David L. Grover was the fire president, and H.O. Bauer was the first fire chief. For generations, these firefighters have protected the community and provided essential services. Since its founding in 1898 with 40 members, the company has grown to 125 members and 75 active firefighters. The Mifflinburg Hose Company's coverage area includes parts of the Bald Eagle State Park, or State Forest, R.B. Winter State Park, and the numerous other smaller state parks and natural areas, parts of the Appalachian Mountains. This is some of the roughest terrain in the Mid-Atlantic area. The department responds to structure fires, silo fires, vehicle accidents, farm accidents, search and rescue, wildfires, and more. As a former volunteer firefighter, I know firsthand the value that they play in our community. Thank you to all the members of the Mifflinburg Hose Company number 1 for your service and congratulations on this significant achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the presumptive Republican nominee for president. Today, that presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, was in a New York courtroom to face fraud charges for lying about his wealth. The $250 million lawsuit accuses the Republican leader of inflating the value of his assets. He did it to get better deals on at least $300 million in loans and insurance policies. Loans, I might add, that he refused to pay back. Trump even claims that his $18 million Mar-a-Lago estate is worth $1.5 billion. The trial could force the Republican leader to pay millions of dollars in fines. I remember when the Republican Party used to fight for fiscal responsibility. Now they bow to a man who cheats on his taxes, steals from banks, fails to pay subcontractors, and defrauds investors. That does not sound responsible to me. And it is disgraceful behavior from a presidential candidate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Reverend Jeanette Phillips of Peekskill, who passed away last month. She devoted decades of service to the health care needs of the disadvantaged in the Hudson Valley, culminating in her founding of the Peekskill Area Ambulatory Health Care Center in 1975. Over the course of her life of service, Reverend Phillips received myriad awards and recognitions, including the New York State Governor's Award for African Americans of Distinction in 1994, the CHCA NYS Catherine M. Abate Memorial Award in 2018, and Crane's Notable Women in Healthcare in 2019. She also received the Sojourner Truth Award as well as the Harriet Tubman Award for her work as the Westchester District President of the Harriet Tubman Home Historical Society. Reverend Phillips is survived by 3 daughters, 2 sons, and more than 100 grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. It is an honor to enter her name into the congressional record and recognize Reverend Jeanette Phillips, a trailblazing humanitarian, historic preservationist, and a proud matriarch. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today is the day. Life-saving Medicaid expansion takes effect as the state budget of North Carolina becomes law. After more than a decade of waiting, in some cases dying without access to life-saving health care, nearly 95,000 Eastern North Carolinians trapped in the Medicaid coverage gap now have a lifeline. Medicaid expansion will be formally launched in North Carolina on December the 1st of 2023. As co-chair of the State Medicaid Expansion Caucus, I want to emphasize my unwavering commitment to this cause. I pledge to work closely with my former colleagues in the state legislature to ensure Medicaid expansion is implemented effectively and we address the unacceptable health disparities that have persisted in the East for far too long. Let us stand together and make the delivery of health care a reality. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Sid Nettleman, a World War II veteran who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. On July 21st, 2023, Mr. Nettleman celebrated 100 years of life surrounded by his family and friends in Savannah, Georgia. Mr. Nettleman grew up in Chicago and was the first of his family who had recently immigrated from Lithuania to be born in America. Mr. Nettleman enlisted in the Army on December 8, 1941, where he served as a sergeant in the Army Air Corps. He flew over Normandy on D-Day 3 times, assisting other members by dropping supplies, paratroopers, and parasails. After retiring from the military, he got a job in a clothing store, and he taught dance lessons at the Fred Astaire Dance Studios in his spare time. In 1948, Sid met the love of his life, Marilyn, at a dance, and they were married shortly thereafter. He and Marilyn had 2 sons, Lee and Jerry. After her passing, he moved with his sons to Savannah, Georgia, where he still lives today. Thank you for your service, Sid, and happy 100th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect that I rise to recognize former Indiana Governor Frank O'Bannon as we reflect on the 20-year anniversary of his passing. The O'Bannon family and the Mervan family have had great partnerships over decades. My father was a state legislator for over 40 years and partnered on countless occasions to take positive and impactful action for the people of Indiana as Frank O'Bannon served in the General Assembly and as governor. I remain grateful for the example they have provided on how to work together with members of both sides of the aisle and with all levels of government to find common ground and achieve success. In particular, I appreciate their priority to improve educational opportunities and affordable health care options for all members of our community. Mr. Speaker, please join me in recognizing the service of Governor O'Bannon to Indiana, our nation, and let us keep in mind his commitment to public service and solving problems as we move forward with addressing the issues of today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for a minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to remove my name as a co-sponsor from H.R. 3881, the Credit Card Competition Act. I yield back my time.
The gentleman's request is granted.